Hello everyone, and welcome to round 3 commentary of the 140th Anniversary Invitational of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. It is a pleasure to be back with you here, bringing you exciting games from this invitational. For those of you who are following in the chat, I'm sharing a link with the players, and I'll try to actually pin that comment so that, all of us will be able to get through with the games. I don't know if the link is correct. Actually, maybe I should fix the link. Just give me 1 second. Is that the actual link? Let's see. Does it take us to the games? Nope, it does not. I gotta fix it. 1 moment, my friends. I'll just fix the link. And that was not good. Okay, no worries. I'm fixing it. I'm very excited to having been invited by the New Jersey State Chess Federation, including Mr. Aaron Kiedes and Mr. Anand Mishra, the president of the New Jersey State Chess Federation, for this tournament. It's certainly been a pleasure commenting so far. There have been some exciting games, and just want to make sure that I give you guys the correct link so that we can all look at the same games when you come here and you don't know where they are. So I'm gonna unpin that comment for now, and I deleted my own comment. It's fine. All right, the link has changed, so I just want to make sure all of you are getting the correct one. 1 moment. Okay, so now yes, that is the correct one, which we're going to pin. So if you're coming in on my stream later, you'll be able to click on that link and it will bring you to the Lichess, where you can find all of the games. Now, we had a little bit of DGT error for round 2, so I just wanted to make sure I take a few moments before I get you into round 3. I take a few moments to catch up with round 2 and see the finish of each game, just to kind of look at key moments and see how they ended. I did go over based on the notation that I received, but just let's make sure that I was not mistaken in anything. So for the first game between Grandmaster Alexander Lenderman and Grandmaster Michael Rode, it started as a relatively balanced position, I would say, out of French, and I feel that this Rubinstein variation leads to a lot of drawish positions. Could also lead to an IQP, isolated queen pawn, for those of you who don't know what IQP stands for. But it just felt like White had quite a number of interesting ideas at first, with the opportunity of putting some pressure on the e-file, placing the knight in e5. Grandmaster Rode decided to capture here in c5, and this looked like an equalized position basically for black, because the bishop has followed through with the path that I believe Fischer was one of the first to come through with this idea, where you take the bishop to e8. It seems that it doesn't do anything, but it actually does something very valuable. It allows the rooks to work with one another better, is not bothering any piece, and it keeps the king safe. So it's basically what it's doing, and it seemed that the position could potentially, be held with rook e1, king h1, maybe some f4, But white decided to play the c4 and a3. Grandmaster Road went for this b4 idea, which I would be totally in for that, had the follow-up with rook b1 here worked. So if this move would have worked, and after queen c3, white could have actually taken the pawn back, I would be all in for this b4 idea. However, this queen is not going to be trapped. In fact, it allows black to even have ideas of trading everything, and you might even lose some material. So because of that, this whole idea, in my opinion, did not work. And soon after, he got into a very difficult position to defend, and he wasn't able to because he lost a pawn, and now this knight is not super secure there. So after queen c5, b6, black is maintaining the extra pawn, and now h5 is coming in very unpleasant to chase the bishop away, and we don't have time for moves like h3 because of this potential discovery. So rook takes g3 would simply create some tactic, and we can probably go rook d2, rook c4 anywhere, and black is winning. White found himself in a situation of having to retreat with the knight, but after losing one more pawn, the game was decided soon after, and after queen c5, he ended up resigning. So my alternative to the way this game was played was to try in this position after the trade a5, h6 instead of bishop f4, to try to retreat to the bishop in d2 and bring it to c3. I don't think this would have given white an advantage, but at least would have maintained the pieces relatively protected with one another, and I think it would have been much harder for black to come up with a way of improvement, maybe even earlier, instead of this 95, maybe white could have prepared things a bit more with rook e1 and retreated the bishop. Just wait a little bit longer. As soon as we make the decision to trade these pawns off, things become a bit easier from black side. So it was, in my opinion, a bit tricky. Going on to the next game, I think it was pretty well played a game by Grandmaster Mark Paragua, who has put pressure on his opponent, getting him into a situation, into a kind of position that maybe he is not fond of playing, potentially, with not so much space. And tactically, Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar rushed into things. So he started as an Alapin, and then this very interesting bishop maneuvering where you're attracting black to make some pawn pushes. It seems that white's bishop has moved way too many times, but it actually comes to a place that we want with the knight in f6 gone. White is certainly looking towards a kingside attack. Here, after knight f3, d6 takes castle. I wasn't sure if I'm preferring white or black. I would probably take black most of the time because I felt the pawn in c4 is definitely a kind of piece that is unpleasant, is stopping d4 and is hindering white's development. But actually, white found a very nice way to get rid of it, and once that pawn was gone, white was able to have control over the center. The game proceeded with rook e1, e6, b3, and now knight a3, bringing the knight out, putting pressure in c4, threatening some knight b5, and somehow black found himself in a situation where he felt the trade was necessary. And in a way, probably it was. Black could have considered, instead of this e6 over here, maybe even long castle. In my analysis earlier, I was suggesting this to be something black would want to do, but after b3, it would not be touched. The pawn would not be touched. It would allow white to take, and maybe then d4 and other things, but it would take white a lot of time to get the pieces regrouped to actually attack black's king. But this was played, and now castle d4. Suddenly, white's position seem completely different. From something more crammed up and restrictive, we are now in control of the center. It's hard to get the pawn away, and white certainly can focus on a kingside attack. After h3, black was forced to give up the bishop. Now bishop h5 wouldn't have worked due to this very cute little tactic. Knight g5, and now if you take queen h5, bishop h6, of course we can just capture, take f7, and then e6 would be hanging, and black would be in difficult position. But here after knight g5, king h6 could be played. Then of course you would have knight e4, and then if you go king g6, king h7 would just drop the bishop and then the queen. Now we can just play queen d3, and in the end this king is going to be in trouble. Temporary black is up a piece, but it's not going to be for very long. So after the capturing, h4 was the move that I was impressed with because white suddenly is putting pressure on black's weak king, and then knight c4. And it's the only thing that I would have probably done different would have been to play h5 first. To me, g6 with potentially having the ability to capture it. After queen e4, g6, and then h5, there is a need somehow to take in g6 or push h6. And Grandmaster Baragua pushed h6, so this was positionally very nice, restricting the bishop. But in my mind, I felt it was very difficult to envision a follow-up for white. But after knight e3, Grandmaster Mackenzie Molnar found himself in a situation where he needed to do something. At least that's what his next move suggests. He needed to find a way to get the bishop into play, and I don't blame him. I would have tried to find a way to get this bishop out too. Knight takes e3 is something that I've been looking at. Seems that it could have actually created imbalances in the position, because after bishop takes, knight takes d4, takes, rook takes, when you move the queen, we don't have the ability to take, right, because there's this knight, but we can play rook f4, and we're not getting exactly the same kind of material. There's going to be a material imbalance, right? So we don't take the piece back, but it might have been worth it. Maybe this is something he had in mind for the kind of position he wanted to have, because now regardless of whether this queen goes, we take here. So this is the material imbalance I'm talking about. 2 minor pieces, 4 rook, and 2 pawns. So how do we feel about this? Mixed feelings. Definitely would peak white, but I wouldn't say it's so obvious that white is going to be winning. The move chosen, knight db4, looks fancy. I gotta give him that. It looks very fancy. Knight is hanging. You can't take it because the rook takes d4. But Grandmaster Baragua found this in-between move, or better said, just quiet move, bishop d1. And now he does want to take his escape to the bishop from the file opening and stuff. And then black sacrificed here, which allowed white to give up the queen for a bunch of material. It was really valuable. A couple of moves later, black miscalculated, played this move, knight takes b3, and after this beautiful in-between move, so knight b3 attacks the bishop and the rook. If you take the knight, you take the bishop. We're getting one more pawn basically from this whole situation. But rook e4 was the cute finish that white found, after which, of course, if you capture, check queen, and the deal is sealed. A beautiful win. Therefore, this game finished in a draw, in a moment where I felt maybe there was a bit more to play for. Like, I would have played bishop e3 personally in this position. After rook d7, probably I would have traded and then grabbed the pawn, but that's just me. It's just me. I would have gone for deadline, but bishop g5 was played. And in this position, oh, okay, there were 2 more moves being played that I missed when I suggested it. Looks like the players agreed on a draw. This position, pawn structure-wise, should definitely be better for white, but with 2 games to play in the same day, maybe Grandmaster Barbosa decided to finish a bit earlier to get ready for the next one. This game finished, hi there Cheslaver, welcome back, with a win by Grandmaster Srponsky, showing a dominance of his super strong knight in the center versus the bishop in f1. Good knight, bad bishop, as we always like to talk about. White didn't quite have any way to get out of this bad bishop situation. He went for the pawn in h4, but his king remained weak, and with the a file opened, black was able to coordinate his 3 pieces to finish off the game on a nice note with queen f2 here. The reason for resignation is, of course, where do you move the rook? Wherever you go, knight g3 is happening, and knight takes f1, and it's over. This was a game we weren't able to see after the move f4, and I was, when the players reached this endgame, I thought a draw will ensue very likely, but I guess as white was likely trying to push for a win, he has weakened his position a bit too much. My choice for this position to try to play for a win would have been a4, a5 first. If we're trying to improve there, we go with the a pawn first, then we put the rook on c1, we go b4. Playing b4, I felt the way things changed in the game, I felt that white played it a bit too soon, but of course it's much easier for me to say when I'm sitting here at the computer going back and forth and being able to compare different situations. Basically, it does look like white is getting a bit of initiative, chasing that bishop away, bringing the knight to f5 for tempo, having ideas with knight d5. But the thing was that black with the king in e6 was totally safe. Knight f5 didn't scare him. Bishop f8 restricts the improvement of the knight. And then from that moment where black seemed quite passive, he came back from the ashes, how they say, right? g6, push the knight back, bring in the bishop to h6, and it just makes things very difficult for white. And it did indeed. And I don't know exactly where the mistake was for white. We'll see it soon enough. Because at the time the DGT error happened, the positions seemed relatively balanced. They traded these rooks and then king d3. I think we had something around here. Check. And then something with g3 and f4. So from this position, we will see right now what happened. King b3. Oh, that is what happened. Ouch. Well, now I see. What's the problem? The problem is the infiltration of black's rook. This has been the problem, my friends. This has been the problem. So he must have, this must have been this must have been the wrong spot for the king. He probably should keep it here. Because now rook c4 can be met with rook b1, knight b2, king d2, 3, king e3. Keep this pawn protected, ready to play 3. I mean, it's getting a bit worse for white, but it's not the end of the world. So it has been difficult, I guess. Because once the rook infiltrates here, it's difficult to deal with. Yeah, this is the reason why he didn't play e5. Right, because there's a pin. And then you can't even go back to protect it to free up the rook because b4 is hanging, and if you play here, I think they check you. And again, you have to go to c2, which drops this pawn. If you go to a2, bam, bam, bam. So that was the issue. Okay. So this is how the loss of the pawns happened, and looks like Andrew has tried a bit longer to put some pressure on f7, but okay. It wasn't going to be enough. 3 pawns down now. And that concluded the review of round 2. Hope you enjoyed that part. Let's get into the action with round 3 right now. Okay. So I think Max Delugi is the only player with 2 out of 2, if I'm not mistaken, because, yeah, he won against Fedorovich and Tang, and Michael Rode is in 0 out of 2. Andrew Tang. Yeah. All the others are on the half. Or less. Interesting. Well, interesting. I mean, this is the tournament. It's tough. It is definitely tough because, you know, like, yeah, we have 3 players with 1.5. I think that's Lenderman, Paragua, and Sripunsky. And then John Fedorovich and Michael Rode are on 0. Okay, so let's see what to expect here. So Grandmaster Max Delugi playing against Grandmaster Michael Rode. He follows through with his London system once again. And the similar system to Grandmaster Fedorovich from round 1, the difference is c5 was played, not some hedgehog position with g6. I like having some pressure in the center when possible against the London. I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, similar system has been chosen by Grandmaster Rode. d6, just the bishop is in e7 instead of g7. So in these kinds of positions where black has now played d5, white often has the ability to put the knight in c4 and try to attract d5 to block the bishop. Just black doesn't have to do it. So your knight will be staying kind of nicely there, but you need to be careful with it. You don't actually have entrances. You love that e5 square, but now you don't have it. So there's that important point to make. We haven't had many moves in this game between Alexander Sierpinski and Andrew Tang. Okay, this is more rare variation here. Bishop g4. Wait, did Andrew really spend half an hour playing Bishop g4? Wow. This is interesting. I mean, I presume he was potentially surprised by this, but that's a long time to think about this. I am anticipating a potential long castle. Unless h3 is played. which very likely could be, right? I don't think we should take maybe bishop h5. As for white, they can always play c3 to make sure no knight d4 is going to be happening. And then eventually we'll find the right moment to push one of these two pawns and give ourselves more space. Okay, still very early in that game. Right, this looks very... What was it? Alapin. Okay, different kind of alapin than the one between Mark Paragua and Mackenzie Molnar, which was like this. I showed you earlier. Very cool kind of idea, I think, to keep in mind. Bishop e6, I like that. This bishop is the enemy number one that we need to get rid of it when we can. So bishop e6 is doing the right thing. Takes. We need to... Very nice. Rook d1. Okay. What's the best placement of the queen? Are we gonna put it on the e file? Definitely not c7 because this comes in with tempo. This is a nice in-between move, actually. So this is some kind of a gambit. Because black is up 2 pawns right now. Of course we don't trade, but I'm looking forward to see this initiative being played in this game by white. How he's gonna be able to utilize the fact that he's down 2 pawns. He's getting one back like immediately with b takes c3. But is he going to be able to hold black's king in the center for a longer period of time? That remains to be seen. Queen e7 is the only place where it doesn't get hit immediately by a knight, but I don't know, I'm kind of nervous about this idea. What are your guys' thoughts on this position? Okay, but then a7 was be hanging. Interesting. Queen b8 was played. Okay, queen b8 makes a bit more sense. Keeping the bishop open, so in case you play knight b5, the bishop will recapture. So that's not gonna cause too much damage, I guess. Technically. I presume takes. Interesting position. The queen in b8 is not looking good, But if they manage to play a6, queen c7, they will be up a pawn. I don't see how we can stop them from castling. Big take c3 was played. I wonder if Grandmaster Kamarakulov has ideas on how to keep the... Maybe he doesn't want to keep the king in the center. Maybe he will have ideas with knight g5. But without the light square bishop, it's not so easy to really be able to take advantage of all of that. Oh, we have a French in this game. No, oh, Cara, why did I think it French? The bishop is out. Goodness. I saw the pawn structure. I didn't even look if the bishop was there. Okay, we have a good French. We have a Karagan. Okay, yesterday we've seen Grandmaster Barbosa playing this again as well. But there was h4. h4 move from white side. But here there's bishop d3, no h4, no stuff. Similar idea, trying to trade the queens. But okay, now black is attacking. The queen can retreat. I think with black you kind of have to take right now, because this knight needs to be developed. We can go knight d7 because it takes. Knight h6 usually allows bishop takes h6, so you usually do it when this bishop is locked, but here is not. And queen takes b2, I don't believe it works because of rook b1. So unless you want to do long castle, but I don't think that's a good idea. Probably takes. The question is how to recapture. Because either capture seems relatively fine for white, I think. Wouldn't you guys agree? I like knight takes though. Maybe king h1, f4, knight f3. If we have time for all of that. And last catch up of the day, but we are going to go over them again. Grandmaster Alexander Lenderman against Grandmaster Mark Paragua. So Lenderman is starting with some Zuckertort English setup, not rushing with d4 yet, but he does play it now. So we are transposed now into an exchange, some kind of queen QGD exchange or Miran. But the bishop in b2 is not quite ideal for white in these kind of situations. Okay, so he does have, looks like a Tartakover with reverse colors, potentially. But don't you have the bishop out, though? The bishop is not fianchetto in the Tartakover, is it? I thought it's out in G5 or something, no? But here I like white's chances. So black has ideas too. So black is going to focus on this outpost that they have in e4. Like, this is certainly something unpleasant that we want to take advantage of. For white, it will be unpleasant once the knight gets on that square. The bishop will have to go back to d6. Knight will have to go there. I don't know if you need rook e8 or no. Maybe you just go bishop d6, queen e7, knight e4. If you can play a 5 and then utilize the rook lift, sure. That's why this move, I'm liking this move. The Lenderman is bringing the knight towards f5. You could also bring it to f4, but f5 looks much more unpleasant. So he's on his way of bringing the knight to a better location. This rook, of course, belongs to c1. Okay, he played it, knight g3. Okay, so those moves that we talked about have happened on both, for both sides. Now the question remains, okay, what's the follow-up for both sides? Because with the bishop in d6, basically this is like call for black. Black has some kind of a call. The pawn is on c7, hasn't been pushed, so it actually helps, because in call sometimes you put the pawn in c6 to protect d5, but here he didn't put it. So he actually has got a good setup. But white might try to put his knight in e5 too, if he can. Actually, can he do it now? Knight e5, knight takes g3. Yeah, because c7 is hanging. Actually, white should play knight e5. Right? There it is. Okay. So the idea is takes. White. Can white dislodge the knight in e4? Sure. How do you think they could? Is that knight e5? Do you have another idea? Or was that the move you're thinking about? Going back here wouldn't, I wouldn't do it, because there's always possibilities of bringing another knight. I mean, maybe they would take and queen h4 and knight f6 g4, something like that. Probably I would be kind of worried about personally. But I like the knight e5, similar idea as you say. Yeah, we cannot leave. These knights on e4, e5 can be very unpleasant to play against. It doesn't mean that they're really unpleasant, but we see all of these reasons why they are unpleasant, and we tend to focus on only how we get rid of them. And because of that, only that reason, because we spend too much time thinking of how to get rid of them, we should get rid of them, I think. But Lenderman does get rid of it with this move, I think. There's no way to hold it, because you're also threatening knight c6, right? Oh my god, it's you! I'm doing better than yesterday. I think I still have some fever. I don't know what I got. It was perfectly fine when I came back from World Youth Championships. And then from Sunday night going into starting the new week, it's been a bit tougher. But we are working. Oh, thanks. Sure. I'm trying to look for ways for black to maintain the knight in e4, but I don't know. I don't know if it's an option. For example, this. I think we can take an f3. Or maybe not. But I'm liking this for white. Andrew Tang was watching my stream yesterday. Uh-oh. Hopefully I didn't say anything bad about him. How do you know? Oh, you're watching. You're looking at who's watching. I see. Hopefully he did not watch my stream this morning, because he unfortunately lost. Andrew's pretty cool. I had the pleasure of interviewing him a few years back. Well, a few years. Actually, last year when he won the US Open and qualified for the US Champs. And he was very, very nice to talk to. You know, sometimes even players who are titled, and, you know, we still have how to say, difficulty talking to to people who are stronger than us. So he has made a name for himself for being the bullet master or blitz master, I guess. So it was very nice to see. He is very down to earth and very polite. Yeah. I gotta say, every single person at this tournament, I think the only person I haven't never had an interaction with possibly was Grandmaster Durabek Mirakulov. Actually, I don't know if I had much interaction with Mark Paragua or Oliver Barbosa, but I've seen them. I think one of them was at one of these FIDE seminars that I had to teach at. It's always interesting when we get grandmasters joining the seminars, and okay, I get to have a lecture, and they're part of the the audience. You don't expect, I mean, I just feel strange. I don't know. You're nervous? Ah, I see. But with streams, it's easier because people don't know who you really are, I guess, sometimes. By the way, didn't you say you're doing some stream? 24 hours something? 24/7? We like this 95. Let's recap. Okay, the knight did go to c4, as I was mentioning. Rook c8, okay. Yeah, so you see, black will never play this, never. Fourth camera installed. Oh my goodness. So how many... So you take breaks to sleep and then you're back? What kind of streams do you do? It's not chess, I presume, right? I guess you're playing music? Four cameras, that's crazy. I'm having trouble with one or two. Oh no. Oh no. I see. I see. Watching over everything. You're being watched. Okay, I like this maneuver. I like what happened here. So this knight went here, this knight went here. This knight will come back, potentially, to e3. Look at that. So this knight can go to c4 now and switch places if they get traded. Very nice instead. You actually have to move the knight because I think I'm threatening to take, and you don't want to double your pawns there. And of course a6 is hanging. Got you. Sounds interesting. Okay, so here, knight e3. If black takes, do we take back with the pawn or with the rook, guys? What do you think? Rook or pawn? You're saying pawn? Because rook also looks nice. I mean, rook can go back to f1. Can also advance. f4. Okay, we have restricted our bishop in h2 temporarily. But if we eventually play f5, we might get good, no? We might come alive out of this situation, no? Knight takes e3 was played. Pawn takes is not... It's... Pawn takes... What did he play? d5? And the bishop at h2 opens up. And I'm not sure I'll rush with e4 anytime soon. Bishop g5 will be met with some queen e2, queen f3 later. We can just switch over, right? Queen e2. Bring the knight to e5. And of course a move like f5 will be met with some g4 later on. I mean, quite soon, not that late, but yeah. I don't really see any tactics involved yet here. I think both pieces can capture. Yeah, okay, he took the pawn relatively fast, actually. But so far, Grandmaster Road has been struggling with time quite a bit. I think he hasn't played in a while. And you know, when you don't play for some time, it's much more difficult to make decisions. I'm very worried now. I've only played one tournament this year, and I'm trying to play something. I want to play something. I miss playing over the board. It's just something always came up. If I find some weekend tournament, I might. I mean, obviously all tournaments are weekend tournaments now. If I find some maybe one-day tournament in the area, I might consider going to play. Because you need to maintain these days. If you GM Road, yeah, did I not pronounce his name correctly? Oh, he plays a lot of the Marshall tournaments. Okay, then maybe this is something he's been struggling with. I'm not aware. I know things about a lot of these Grandmasters, I just don't know everything. So you're saying he plays a lot in Marshall? Okay. Interesting. But his time management is not so... He's also had some tough games, right? Because he played... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. He played against Andrew Tang, Alex Lenderman, and Max Delugi, all of whom are much faster players. So, you know, like, it didn't help. Maybe I'm not seeing this right. I don't know. Georgiana, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Shout out to Georgiana. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Dirke. I always beat you to it somehow. How are you doing, Dirke? I'm back with round 3 of the 140th edition of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. How are you doing, Georgiana? Get some rest. It's late there, isn't it? It's like, oh, it's not that late. Only 1 a.m., I guess, for you. I hope you're getting some rest. Hope your stream was good. No, I believe you, Chess Lover. You can't share the link unless you send me private. As you know, you can't share a link. But no, I believe you. I didn't check every single player what they played before. Maybe I should have done that. But okay. I mean, I just see the time. Is naturally being a coach, I think these days has naturally made me pay attention to things that normally I wouldn't. But being a coaching people and having done commentary, I start noticing things. I wonder if that's gonna help my own. I should, in retrospect, analyze some of my games that were broadcasted live, and I see that time. And you should ask me to do a video. You know, Sabina, let's hear you talk about yourself. Don't just talk about others. I'm just saying, it's my job. Wow, how could you put a link? Oh, okay, Dirk, yeah, I forgot that that's a command. Okay. What kind of tournaments are those, though? What is the time control? Game 25, okay. Game 25. What was this? Game 90 plus 30. Okay, so I guess he's playing some of those too. Okay, so maybe then, I don't know. Well, it's really funny you should ask that question, Steven, because I was having a conversation with my boss, and it's not really my boss, and I'm doing this podcast for US Chess. I think one is supposed to drop tomorrow. Be sure to share the link once it does. And there were some questions I was asked to, when are you gonna do one? You should ask yourself those questions. I was like, okay, well, I can't do that. I cannot ask myself the hard questions, at least not on a video. Maybe I'll do it one time for fun. There was this hilarious video that Vidit did, actually. If you guys have not seen it, about this new World Championship, complete or combined or something World Championship. If you haven't, I highly recommend to check it out. It's kind of fun. Don't worry. So, Stephen, about that interview that I did, I need your permission, not your permission, your parents' permission in writing to make sure it gets published. Just so you know, Stephen. It is hilarious. He is indeed. Yeah. He has some fun videos. But, anyways, I hope nobody minds my advice. It's all coming from the heart, I promise. It's all coming from the heart. Nothing comes from, you know. Okay, now you got it. Okay, Steven, thank you. I appreciate it. All good. No rush. So, a bishop, can you, I mean, okay, am I wrong to say that this is it took Grandmaster, actually it doesn't matter because it's Grandmaster Andrew Tang. It doesn't matter he spent 30 minutes here, but don't you think it's a bit too long to spend 30 minutes on bishop g4? Okay. White has lost some time on the way too, so I guess there's not that much of a difference between the two. I know, it is a bit suspicious. It doesn't ask for much, but it asks black to come up with the way to take advantage of the setup. This is like a Philidor or something, right? With reverse colors for white. And the thing is, will black play with d5? Will black play with f5? Like, what? f5 directly doesn't work, of course, there'll be a fork. I mean, I would probably castle first, and then also there's f6, bishop f7, d5. Although I don't think it's needed. I think the bishop is fine on this diagonal. Computer likes a4. Sure, a4. You mean a4 for white or black? Because I guess black can play a4 too. Actually, gave me an idea now. But do you think white is thinking a g4, bishop g6, and then try to kill the bishop in g6? Is not killed yet, but just something like that? No. I wouldn't go for knight h4. I was just... I don't think I have the time, right? Do I? I mean, if you play f6, I don't think I can take. Yeah. I like this for black, I agree. No, I want to take that. No, I was just wondering if we do something like this. I don't know. But I don't think we should do it before black castle, so maybe we should just wait one more move. What's a good way to move rook b1? Rook e1. Maybe rook e1. Rook e1, knight f1. We have some waiting moves here for white. Hmm. I mean, I don't I don't know whom I like this in this position. Because I've played these kind of positions with both colors. So sometimes you play it with black when white is not trying to play d4. There's some lines you can fianchetto, right? Okay. We'll get back to that. Let's go back to this game and see if white was able to build any kind of initiative in this Alapim. Bishop e7, knight b5, okay, a6. So how is white going to be able to build initiative? I don't think he is. We're starting to take the knight. St. Louis Chess Club, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. US Championship, tomorrow I believe is the last round. How many more rounds do we have? 1 or 2? If you haven't caught up with the US Championships, they are taking place these days. Who's gonna be the next US champion? Do we know already? One more round, Chris. Hey. What you doing on stream? This. Oh, I guess the tournament is over. Was over like half an hour ago, the round. One more round. So whom are we rooting for? What happened today? I haven't seen the results. He's the super moderator. He is indeed. Thank you, Tracy. I believe it's you. Appreciate the raid. You are currently watching commentary for another relatively big tournament with 10 GMs. Round robin for the 140th anniversary of the New Jersey State Chess Federation. One of the oldest in the country, actually. Oh, okay, so I guess they were the only ones. Okay, Fabiano was leading earlier, but oh, so last round, yes. So root for your favorites. Carissa has won against Nazi today then. Last time I checked, she had a slightly better position, but it's up in the air. Okay. Hi, Cormac. Well, it's definitely gonna be an exciting final round, so we'll have to take a look at that tomorrow. Thanks, Tracy. I appreciate the raid once again. Heart to you. If my heart is visible, I don't know. Hopefully. How are things going, Chris, with you? Long time no see. Did you get your jacket this time? Hopefully. Sorry I haven't been able to see you in a while. Okay, knight c8. We have to go back. Do you guys agree? Because I don't want to lose my knight. And I can't place it anywhere else. And then black is gonna castle. Just plain and simple. And he's up a pawn. How does white... I guess, okay, so earlier today I was talking about initiative and the importance of understanding that, you know, when you have positional advantage, it will eventually materialize. Wait, queen a2 was played? I guess there was an option to pin the... But the queen in a2 is not ideal. And then what? Wow. No playoffs, huh? I see. It's definitely been like tough few days for many of us, I think, in the world of chess. It's been tough. Of course, of course. Arbiters, players, and commentators supposedly don't want playoffs, but it depends on which side you're on, right? Because if you're a player who has a chance and, you know, you're catching up, of course you want a playoff because you want your title. If you are an arbiter who enjoys chess and doesn't mind an extra day, of course you want a playoff because you want to be there, present. If you're a commentator and you enjoy sharing the love for the game with the fans, of course you want a playoff because you want to be there and share that love, you know? So it depends on which team you're on. Uh... Just saying. I'm just saying. But sending a lot of love to everyone, and good luck for their final round in the US Championships. And hopefully the best of all wins. The one who's in the best shape wins in the final day and takes it home, takes the title home. No, I totally agree, Chris. Yeah, yeah. Clear winner can't be. You know, you can't have something better than a clear winner, of course. But for the fans, yeah, you always want to see more chess being played. Once you get used to a tournament and they're exciting games, it's hard to say goodbye to the entire environment, you know? Hi, Ghost Kill. You think Fabi will win? I mean, he's been leading the whole tournament, hasn't he? So I thought in the women there was a lot of changes in the standings. Like I think Anna Sargsyan was leading, then I saw Alice was doing quite well. Anna Zatonsky caught up. Now Carissa is back first, so it's gonna be all right, Chris. Well, say hi to everyone there if there's anyone I know. Enjoy your dinner, and hopefully I'll be seeing you again soon, someplace. I don't think Irina has a chance, does she, to win? At this point? I thought it was a race between Carissa, Alice, and Anna Zatonsky. Okay. I gotta say, I'm not liking this position for white. I'm not seeing the compensation. Black managed to castle, there's no light square bishop. I'm not seeing a plan. I'm sure there is one. I just... Okay, maybe... Okay, so he went for that trade. Rook d8 was probably another option. Okay, trades and then... Okay, maybe now I see a plan with the knights traded. Maybe I see a plan of coming with the knight here. You're loving this line in the Alapin? Okay, Steven. But did he get sufficient compensation? Was it really this way? Is this really the way to be played? Was there not some knight b5 earlier or something? I guess it didn't matter. Is this the way it should be played? Okay. I mean, I wasn't aware of it, but if you know it, it must be. I would still pick black, but now I'm starting to see some ideas for white, so only time will tell on this one. Not much has changed here. Knight b5 was the main move. Yeah, it's the rook d1, right? That's what I thought in that position. It seemed that it would give some oopsie chances. Ah, I didn't mean to do that. What do I keep doing? I haven't checked the final results, so I don't know what happened today. Chris was saying that Carissa is half a point ahead. So, I haven't seen the results. I will check them right now. Let's see. I don't know what they did in the final. Oh, Irina won. Okay, she's on 6.5 too. Okay. I didn't know Irina won too. Okay. So since Irina won, I guess yes, she's up there too. Wow, that was a big win. She won against Tatev. Okay. All right. Well, that's a new kind of standings now. A different kind of standings. Okay, you're right, Ghost Kill. And then we have Fabi with 7.5, Wesley. Okay. Well, keep an eye on that tournament as we're looking at this one now. That doesn't happen till tomorrow. We have 2 more games until that tournament will be decisive. So, c4 is white's play right now. I'm liking white's chances in this game, but I was just still a bit surprised that Grandmaster Barbosa took a draw earlier in the morning with more advantage, and now he's playing this position. Okay, it's not a French, it's like a Caro-Kann. Good Caro-Kann, bishop is gone, but okay, still pretty equal there. Lots of pieces got traded off in this game. So we stopped at 95 after we were trying to find a way to get rid of this 19e4. So 95 was the perfect way to do it, with everything getting traded and the capture in c7. Okay, so I guess they just ended up trading everything. So in this position, I wonder if white could have considered trying to get into this kind of position, and if he gets the knight to d4, but okay, it's not so easy to get it because rook d2 is a threat. Maybe rook c2 first. It's not so easy, huh? The rook will come to d2. It's not so easy. If white's knight could get to d4, I would probably go for this line and just give up the bishop and bring in the knight and stuff, but it's not so easy. It's not so easy. White's good, you know, better pieces, of course, the bishop. But how will he find a way to progress this? Nah, no way. This game will end in a draw shortly, in my opinion. There's no way to improve. No way to improve with white here. I mean, I know Alexander will try Linderman, but maybe h4, g4, h5, but as long as you put the king here, you should be fine. I don't think there's any way to really improve in this position. Ooh. Wait, what? What happened? Rook f1, queen g5, rook f3. Very fancy. So the idea is he just doesn't care. Oh wait, he can do this because of queen e3, so I guess he wants to take with the queen. Rook f1. Going for the compensation as being up a pawn. I mean, being a pawn for the exchange, having a pawn for the exchange, and then trying to grab a6 or d6. Which one? Huh. Interesting. Interesting, rook. I wasn't thinking rook f3. I was thinking queen e2 or e4. Queen e2. Maybe bishop g2 and queen e3. Okay, yeah, that would be kind of unpleasant, I think, right? But okay, can we not go e4? e4 looks good. It just sets up the trap, and then the queen has nowhere to go, and now we go rook f3. No? Am I missing something? No, seems fine, right? He played relatively fast. He was cooking this move for a while. He was ready for it. Okay, makes sense. It does make some sense, I see. Okay, so f6 was played. f6 was played, indeed. Castle, the bishop will retreat in f7 when it's needed, not yet. If you go g4, it stops any knight g5s. And I think black should prepare for some d5 eventually. I don't know, maybe he can do some extra preps. I don't know if he wants to play b5 or not. I mean, white probably will play right, a4, like Steven was saying earlier, to stop b5. Whoever plays it first will have the chance to either chase white's knight away or ensure the knight in c4. But black definitely wants to play d5, I think. Okay, so the knights got traded, so I was thinking white could come up with an idea to bring in the knight to a slightly better location. That also helps with, I mean, also knight e4 could be happening, chase the bishop and then come to c5. He's a bit more active. He does have some kind of compensation for the pawn down. c4 was played okay. And this game is that game that likely will end. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, guys, it's been about an hour and a half since I started streaming. I'm gonna take a short break. We'll leave you with this game. And we'll return shortly. We'll kill the camel as usual. We'll leave you with this game. And appreciate you staying close. And we'll see you in just a little bit. All right, everyone, we are back. Hopefully my break was not too long. And we have this position. As I told you earlier, I was a bit surprised by this move, rook f3. Did not expect that to happen in this game. I thought this would be played, and then if queen e3 check, and black was planning on grabbing the bishop, the queen would be stuck over there. But instead, this was played, which, sorry, to me was a bit suspicious because, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel too, I mean, you feel like you want to play e4. Didn't feel too natural. Yeah, e5 was played by black, but don't you guys think he took maybe a bit too long to make this move, potentially? This e5? I feel like he might have taken too long, but e5 is definitely a move to be played. But look at the time difference. I'm worried a bit for Grandmaster Road about his time. Don't you guys think that time can be a big factor in this position? I feel like it could be affecting things potentially, but I don't know. What should we do now with white? Actually, I'm starting to think now if my move was really that good, it could still allow this move. But I think here I would play d5. However, in the game, you can't really go d5, right? The pawn is just going to be captured. You don't really want to do that. You don't really want to do that. So what if we go e4? Can black capture? And now maybe f5? Black can survive here. But the time is the only factor that's making me nervous for black. Otherwise, the position is more pleasant. Pieces are better placed. This rook is still out of play. I don't believe you can take here. Well, at least not right now, because we lose material. But like even... Could he have taken... No, because we've taken c3, yeah. This position is good. Oh, black would not seriously consider? Oh, sorry. You don't think he would consider? I think he would consider in that position. You think black would not consider f5? Why not? What's wrong with this move? Did you see a check? I'm not worried about the check. I'm not that worried about the check. Rook f5 here, but this is the thing. This now is different. Because with this pawn gone, you're not trapping my queen anymore. I guess I should have explained that. You're not trapping my queen anymore. I have this square. So I'm winning a piece. If you want to try queen b3 first, and then take, then your knight is hanging. So that's the problem. I'm not sure how you want to take in f5 or when you want to take, but you cannot do it just yet. That's the problem. I mean, tactically, it just doesn't work. Yeah, normally, no, you're all good. You're good. Ask your questions. That's why. So I'm here. If you don't play, the problem is this. In the game of chess, when someone has control over the center, 2 pawns in the center controlling everything like this, if you don't find a way to break through, these pawns will eventually advance and will restrict you further, because already, you know, with them being in the center, you're restricted. So if you don't find a way to break them through, you are just feeling a bit more crammed up. That's why, you know, I want to find a way to break through. Now, normally d5 is a move that you want to play. You actually want to put a pawn in the center yourself. But the problem with this kind of positions is you have a fianchettoed bishop. So when you have a fianchettoed bishop, if you put a pawn there and you're locking it in, the opponent plays e5. Now your bishop is locked in. You haven't managed to trade. If the trade was like forcing, sure, that's the way to break through. But if it's not forcing, then that doesn't work. So that's why, you know, you want to attack to the side, or sometimes put pressure on the pawns to make them push one of them and then try to infiltrate or like blockade the square that was given with a piece like a knight or something. So knight e4 was played. Okay. Okay, this is a fork. We have 2 places to move the queen. I don't think we should go back to d8. It's just too much. And I don't think we should take it. Maybe queen h6 I like. To maintain the pressure here, you know, if we get some f5 in. Could be good. Could be good for black. Okay. Not much has happened here. I like the maneuvering, but both players are maneuvering for now. That's about all they do. Of course, this pawn is never capturable, because the queen will likely be trapped over there. So, like, if this would have happened, I think bishop b6 just traps the queen, and then we can just play queen d7 with b8 and actually win it. Knight h4. Casual, hey, how are you doing? I'd probably want to see this move. Oh, the queen in b3 could actually be annoying for white. Maybe we don't need to push it away, just go queen d7. Proceed with development. I got a bit of rest, I did. Still not recovered. I'm still taking medicine. But what to do? What to do? It is what it is. Gotta work through it. I still look tired. Thanks, Casual. Don't worry, I'm getting rest outside of stream. I'm not doing anything else, just this commentary. But sometimes interesting, actually. A move was played. A4 and B5. Andrew must really like to push these pawns forward, because in the other game also he played B4. I have tea, I have chai. Casual, I have chai. My glass doesn't look so good, but does it? I don't know. I made some chai, like actually chai with milk and honey. Well, it's not the best one, but we're working through our chai for the win. Yes, definitely for the win. We're prepared for the time trouble, which is approaching. You know, in the next hour, we'll have time trouble in some of these games coming up. Okay. This is completely... How did he get the chance to get to that position? Okay, this got traded, of course. Black cannot afford to stay passive. Knight g5. Okay. Oh my, no. No, that tactic. Why? Ah, John. That's tough. Okay, it's probably not the end of the world, but still. Staying pinned like that. It's just the b5 is probably the move he didn't see. I'm sure he saw knight f7. It's just probably he missed. So what happens is now you're pinned and the rook got deflected from the defense of the back rank. So b5 chases the knight away, and if you do move it, then this falls. So white gets their pawn back, basically. And if you play there, okay, when we take white's gotten their pawn back. And the compensation, you know what they say. Got the pawn back and the compensation. So now it's... And now it's not so fun. And all of black spawns are all over the place. Wait, still didn't actually fully get the pawn back. But it's coming, right? Because he got it... He got it... He doesn't get it back immediately. Okay, he doesn't get it back immediately. Wait, rook d1. I was thinking maybe rook b... Oh, no, the rook is hanging. Okay. What about queen e6? Probably the bishop can move somewhere and... Okay, so rook d1. Okay, these... There's too many weaknesses not to imagine one of them is gonna fall somehow. I don't know if I have time for something like this. Rook b8. White's quality of pieces are worth the pawn. Yeah, I agree. But how do we rook a7? Rook a8. Just, we don't want their queen there for mate. Okay, here I can trade it. Then here, then you go back to protect the rook. Right? Worst comes to worst, I can take and take, but this would probably just be equal. So I'm trying to see if I can find something better here. The thing is, black is stuck. Black's pinned. It's hard to unpin. King f8 would allow some checkies. Pawn push will hang this one. So yeah, I mean, I know rook a7 maybe to take this, or maybe this is more important to grab. White's position is definitely better. Now I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to convert it though, because it's not that easy, but still definitely better. I wish we could just play rook b7 now. That would, of course, help a million years, right? Wait, what happened here? Did this actually... No. Oh, this is a DGT error. No, this is not what happened, for sure. Probably in this position, black captured, and this is the position. This happens sometimes. Do not panic. Do not panic. It's gonna get fixed. Automatically or somehow. It's gonna get fixed. This is the position. I'm sure. DGT inspired by ChatGPT. Well, I hope it gets fixed. Otherwise, we won't be able to see the finish of that game. Okay, the players are still playing this endgame, which... Okay, I did say Alex is gonna try that edge pawn push. I see he didn't play g4. I thought he might. So he doesn't have much choice. He kind of has to trade, I think, now the rooks. Because otherwise there will be an entrance in c3, and I don't think he wants to allow it. But no way this game can be improved by white. So this will be a draw. Definitely. Okie dokie. Toki. White's bishop is better because, you know, bishop... These pawns are blockaded on that color that they are. White's bishop is better, but other than that, there's not much to go from there. Okay. This is a bit different than I expected. So queen h6, oh, he took. Okay. But this pawn structure, isn't it better for black? Because white is the one with 3 islands. Black only has 2. 1, 2. How much do we care about the pawn? Actually, can he even take it? Takes. No, he can't take it yet. So we're good. We are good. Should we go to d8 maybe here with black? With the file getting opened, I feel like we want to try to take over. And we want to move that rook because, of course, in some cases, some captures, right, we don't want that rook to be hanging. So just move that rook. Okay, he has to rush a little bit. I'm not liking the... Yeah, I'm not liking the time management, though. I've been talking too much about time management in that game. I feel bad. Okay, Andrew's going for some queenside attack. Is that really his style? Not kingside. Not towards the king, but from the other side. He's setting up, of course, a bunch of traps. We can't take here because bishop takes. We can't take here because we're weakening our position. And I'm not even sure if black takes. I feel like he can even go here. This is a great outpost for black, should that move actually happen. So let's go bishop d2. Ah, maybe he wants a3. Oh, this is cute. Attacking the base. He doesn't have the accent. Actually, I'm not sure if he lives in New Jersey or New York at this point. I think he went to Princeton. I could be wrong. I feel like he went to Princeton. Does anyone actually know? I think I think he graduated from Princeton. Like engineering or something like that. And he's still playing chess. He's known for his super fast chess skills, right? Fast skills. And fast chess, like bullet and stuff. Options trader, okay. But I feel that, like, I'm pretty sure he graduated at Princeton. So all the participants in this tournament, all the people, all the grandmasters invited, have in a way or another affected the development of chess in New Jersey. And some of them are, you know, very strong legendary grandmasters. Or were much stronger as they, you know, maybe now they're not at their peak, but were at some point in time. Can white take on b4 after b4 here? I was thinking 94, but Queen d2, and now I was trying to figure out what is the best approach to get some advantage with black. I mean, maybe rook b8, since, you know, you can play a3 due to knight b3, and also you've locked in your bishop with the queen there. I didn't know either. I didn't know that they had their okay, it's called State Chess Federation. But I didn't know it's yeah, it's they've started long time ago with in 1885 with that's when they got started. And then of course Wilhelm Steinitz was one of the first strongest players, of course, world champion to reside in the state. And lots of other strong players through time have passed by or resided in New Jersey, so it's definitely a place to consider playing there. These days, the New Jersey State Chess Federation organizes this tournament that many of you have probably participated in or would like to consider participating in, the amateur team chess championships. If you haven't, amateur team East, if you haven't competed, definitely check it out if it's not too far from you. I think you will find information about that with this command. Or maybe not there. Oh, but if you go on their site, you'll find more information about when they're organizing it and such. There's a command that Streamlabs should post every so often. But I've been learning new things. Very thankful for having been given the opportunity to be a part of the tournament by, commenting in it. Like I said, my most memorable experience was playing in the Pan American in Princeton. I forgot in which year it was organized when I competed, but our team did pretty well. We finished in top. I think we qualified for the final four, so top four. Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra is from New Jersey, and the New Jersey State Chess Federation has been supporting his career, and he's the youngest grandmaster at the moment, the one who has become a grandmaster, the youngest, and he's also the youngest player to have won against a world champion in a classical game. He beat Gukesh in the Grand Swiss. If you haven't seen that game, definitely check it out. And I believe you can also find it on US Chess in one of the articles. I've commented on that game myself too. It was pretty interesting. Oh, here to take, I see. He has been a generous world champion. I don't think he's done it on purpose. T-check switch. I don't think he's done it on purpose. Sometimes we're not in our best shape. It happens to every one of us. I know oftentimes, like especially nowadays, we've gotten used to Magnus not losing that many games when he was world champion and number one and everything. So we kind of got used to him not losing much, but I don't think, all of us have that same exact, I don't know why I'm considering myself there, but, everyone is different in their, and Gukesh is still very young, I think, is still, has a lot more in life to continue to grow and be successful. So, you learn through every defeat. It's hard to accept them, but if you learn that defeats are really part of the game and help you see your weaknesses so that you can later work on them and improve them, if you start understanding that, then you're on the right path to improvement. It's sounds maybe too basic to say those things, but It really is that the way chess works. Bishop on e2, you're worried about that? Well, as long as this pawn is protected, I don't think we should be worried. If you go g4 too soon, the problem is you're giving up that square. The bishop will go back to f7, and then this square will be an outpost, which black eventually will come take advantage of. So you cannot really push this unless you have some potential attack. This looks a bit scary, but of course, yes, we have sacrificed a pawn. I was thinking there could be some ways like this to try to get it back, but okay, it could be wishful thinking, I don't know. Bishop d2 was indeed played though. F5, I don't think black can play f5 too soon also, because of the opening of the bishop in g2. And yes, you might say, yeah, you're giving the bishop from the king, but again, you have to always compare how the balance tilts, right? So sometimes we're giving up material to get something bigger in return. Other times we're getting material and we're not giving as much, so the balance is gonna be in our favor. So it really depends on the situation. It's not so easy for black to break through with d5 or f5 because of the opening of the bishop in g2, and I think that's why he chose to push the b and a pawns to delay the breaking in the center. So he's breaking to the sides. Yeah, nothing was exchanged yet. It looks like something has, but it has not yet, no. Something will eventually. How did he escape that situation? Oh, he played bishop. He didn't play... Wait, I'm confused. h3, okay. So White decided to be cautious with the back rank, so played h3 first. That's how. So the pawn was given away. No, there's no rook d7, but okay. Bishop c7 stops this idea. So White is planning rook a6 to put extra pressure on the pawn in c6. White has some chances. Who are the most famous players I faced in my career? In a classical game? I think in a classical game it was Wang Hao. He was the strongest Chinese player for a while in the like early 2010, maybe 2013, something like that. 2010. It was 2700, I think. Of course, I lost that game, if you're wondering. I think he was the strongest. I've met many of the top players. Exactly, yeah, those were the strongest Chinese at the time. I think he was the only 2700 player that I played over the board in a classical game. But females, I've played some of the top ones, I think. Definitely the world champion. My score is equal with her in classical. We got 2 draws against Zhu Wenjun. Might have lost some rapid game against her, I think. Also played Tanzhongyi, of course. Yeah, of course, I played Irina many times. She still leads the score in our matchups by a few points. But yeah, we've played against one another on many occasions in US Championship and a few other events too. Queen G6. Wait a second, what are we seeing here? Okay, Fed is trying to trade queens. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Trying the queen trade route. But White's not gonna... is not gonna drop that easily. Now, I don't know how much this check helps. I did not talk to her, I think, to Juvenjun. I didn't talk to her, so... She seems very nice. I don't remember us talking. Maybe like a couple of lines after the game, but that was about it. Queen... How do we... Okay, where do we want the rook? Where do we want it there? So where do we want the queen? Or maybe we want the rook here. If we go queen e4, he's gonna try to keep offering the trade. I mean, in a way, we could trade on rook a7, but I don't know if that's really something we would want. Yeah, we're trying to get something to the... Like, we're trying to get the c-pawn, but it's not so easy to really get to it. It's not that easy. Maybe... Queen g4? Oops, what happened to my board? It does that sometimes. 1 second, let's go back. Maybe queen g4? Yeah. Because you don't have time for this due to queen c8 check. At least he can't proceed with the queen trade offer. Okay, queen d3 was played. Okay, but now isn't queen d7 gonna be a problem? I think you're gonna lose that bishop. Queen e6, yeah, but you're leaving this bishop unprotected, so maybe rook a8. Oh, I can't. Can I take a rook a7? Maybe we don't take, maybe we just go here. No, I don't mind trading. I want to get an endgame. I just don't want to trade if I'm not winning this pawn. You want to try to trade in the best possible circumstance to actually win the pawn. Otherwise, it's better to keep the queens on the board because you can have more threats. Because what you notice in this position is, so black has these two weak pawns and the bishop is badly placed. So while it seems that they're super comfortable defending everything, the queen will have to make various maneuvers or with the rook to keep the bishop protected. So it's not that easy to do that. And that's why I'm keep looking at different ways to try to get to the bishop. Like even something like this is unpleasant, and bishop h6 ideas. So you're keeping more options open. You only trade when, because positionally you definitely have like an edge. So rook f7 is played. Aren't you gonna lose something? Isn't queen f8, rook here, rook there, or something losing now? I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade queens. Here you're saying, Casual? Like, I don't want to trade. He's gonna escape. I mean, it's gonna take you a while to win that pawn. You're not gonna win it. No, we don't want to do that. Wait a second. I'm just trying to see. Isn't this losing something? Check. King h7. Bishop d6. But we win this pawn. I mean, I don't understand. I think white is winning now. Because you can't play queen d6 because of bishop e6, right? Am I seeing something wrong? We got you. We got you pinned. And we're winning. I think black just blundered. I don't know where, but he blundered. Maybe rook f7. There's no escape from this. You have to play king h7. Only other... I mean, you can check, but it's not doing anything. Maybe it is this, and this. Oh, sorry, you're losing the rook. My bad. So then bishop d6, yeah. Okay, see? So I don't mind trading, but I'm trading and I'm getting material. That's the thing. Queen e1 and rook f3 might be bad. Uh-oh, it's happening, my friends. Uh-oh. So now we're trading when we're actually winning. Yet if white finds rook a7, this game is going to go in white's favor. And you can see the mistake that happened in this game for black. Also time-wise, he was doing much better with the time, but we have the tendency when we have more time and we see our opponent in time trouble to want to play fast because we think they don't have time. They keep burning time and they will eventually make a mistake. But the truth is, it's not happening that way. It's not. You need to take as much time as you need with the position. But we'll see if rook a7 is played in this game. This game hasn't been fixed. I'll let them know. Okay, F5. Black is trying to make the draw. Yeah, he blocked everything, and now he's blocking this side. If you take en passant, you're gonna help him a bit to activate the king. I used to love games without increments. You could go for sloppy attacks in time pressure. Okay, no, come on now. Listen, when I play online, I also love no increment, but then I love no increment when I'm winning. When I suddenly realize that I'm not doing so well and a little bit of extra time would be helpful, then I realize the increment is a helpful thing to have, you know? And we want to see more chess improvement, you know? We don't want to see bullet. We don't want to see bullet. No, you know, no offense to people who love bullet. No offense to that. But we want to see, you know, a game develop from all of its stages and progress and, you know. Thanks, Casual. Great to see you. I'm glad to be back and hopefully in full capacity very soon, but great to see everyone back on stream and catch up with you later. Yeah, it's very hard to say what's the best kind of time control, I think. We all end up being much better at one than the other. Wait, what has happened here? I thought rook d8. You didn't play rook d8? Play knight e6? Okay, this game is over, my friends. It happened. Rook a7. Brilliant. Brilliant idea. Another tough loss for the Fed. Yeah, after king h2, there's no way to protect the bishop. Maybe he thought he had queen b8 like I originally thought, but that pin is sealing the deal. Okay, this game is a draw. This game is a fixed. Wait, which game were we looking at? This one. So d takes e5. D takes e5. Queen e2. This bishop c1 is just a bit much. The bishop will be lost. Can white play rook e5? Good question. I don't know. Probably he wants to take, or and bishop b2, I presume. That's why he played bishop c1. Because, you know, if you capture, then the queen comes in, grabs material and such. But, but actually, do I need to take? Maybe I can take directly, because then... it's not really... No, it is hanging. It is hanging. So maybe I take here first. This is black's idea. I know what's the position in this game, so it probably happened as I suggested. After bishop c5, this is what happened. And then black possibly has played b6. White captured, black captured. Maybe g3 was played, just for like some luft. And then black has put the knight here. And white probably play knight g5 or knight here. Castle. This is the current position that they're having. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's gonna get fixed. But this is the position. I mean, for someone who plays the Caro-Kann, this is a great position for black. Like, it's no big issues, I'd say. We're relatively comfortable with this position. Would you guys take white or black here? Maybe knight c3, knight c3. Look at fate. Maybe rook d8. This is gonna be a draw. Mildly annoying? No, not at all. So in these kinds of positions, so normally we would put the pawns like this, like g6, h5, and have the weaker pawn, you know, closer to the center. But actually in this situation, we can go g5. So that's something to keep in mind. Because this will not allow white. Okay, normally, of course, white doesn't want to play a4 and allow a rook on the second rank to cut off his king. But he would like to eventually play that and keep their pawns in a nice chain, protecting one another. But in this situation, it's not happening, you know, like maybe rook c7. But this move is actually kind of a nice way to create a luft, bring the king towards the center, and then the king can come, you know, through f5. This will be an equal, this will be a draw. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong position. It hasn't been updated, but like I said, the current position they're having is actually here. And okay, what I would like better for white is actually to place the knight in d6. If you actually can keep the knight there, that could be helpful because, you know, you can support that pawn, bring the king towards e4. double up on the c file, right? Because this knight stops the rook from going to c8. So this actually gives a more, advantageous position for white. But f6, f6 is a move to to deal with, which, I mean, you can play f4, but I don't know if g5 creates some tension, like threatening some trades. But also just taking, and now which one of these pawns is faster to attack? That's the question. Because we also have this kind of idea, or maybe knight going back, knight g7, knight g6, and attacking. And if this pawn falls, this knight falls. So, it's a double-edged position. It's not the end for either side. I think this game will end in a draw. But this one, I'm just a bit in shock because I really thought rook d8 was giving a decent position. I wouldn't. So I'm not happy with this because you see. Why am I not happy? Rook f5 is annoying. I don't want the pressure here. I also don't think. Something I don't like, and I can't say exactly what it is. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know. There's something I don't like about this whole situation. Like, yeah, you want to trade the knight, maybe because the knight is a good defender, and I would have liked maybe f5 more to be a consideration, or maybe just f6. I don't know. I feel like black had a bit more things to do. If you allow e4 to be played, this bishop gets locked in. Maybe that's why I don't like it for black anymore. This bishop is kind of hanging in c1, like it's just not my cup of tea. Or cup of cake, like I like to say it. This bishop stayed out of play. I think, okay, now I figured out what they told him. This bishop stayed out of play, and there's no bishop b2. Where do you put it? He put it in f4, but in f4, he might lose it or something. He lost this pawn too. Not happy. Not happy. Could you have done something about it? Like, not really, because the bishop was hanging. You see, so basically here after queen e2, right? If we had played here, right? We would try to put some pressure on the bishop to get it away from there so that we can actually get it away from attacking a6. Right? Wouldn't you guys agree with me? Okay, finally some trades happened in this game. Okay, let's see. Interesting, 96 was not played in that position. Wait, my line stayed? This is the first time that a line actually stays. Maybe they are trying to input the game Sorry. This is the current position. No, it's not. Here. This is the position in this game right now. Gossip Girl is following. Used to watch that show. I don't think I watched the whole thing, but it was nice. Okay. I still don't see a potential winning idea for white. White would be the one who's trying to press for a win, but I don't really see it. I feel for Grandmaster Road because he's had a really good position, but too much material down now. 2 pawns down. And what kind of pawns? Connected pass pawns. It's gonna be difficult. This game still has a lot of fight in it. So if we're white, we have 2 options. We can try to go with c4, or we can try to go with e4 to keep this pawn covered. Now, which one of those 2 choices would you guys pick? Or maybe none. Maybe you just go knight f5 or something. Bring your worst place piece into the game, because you know what they say. Knight on the rim is dim or grim. I want to, this is one of the games I'll definitely be looking on, because both players are getting in time trouble. Soon. Let's move 2020. And they're quite a long time. This is where mistakes will be made. Ha ha ha. This game is still being played. Okay. Do you predict bishop f5 or g5 for black? I would play g5 if I were black here. Oh. Exactly as I called it. I called the wrong one. I called the wrong move. Ouch. It's okay. It's okay. What about this? No, that is over. So, okay, white has a winning position. 2 extra pawns, connected. The pieces are not fully coordinated, but they seem to be covering everything quite well. So in these kind of positions, we're looking for ways to improve further, right? And, okay, I was about to say a5. Okay, just check probably. Check and do we go a6? I think check and a6 seems reasonable enough. Continue the advancement of the a pawn. I mean, It's the least we can do. It's our passed pawn, right? We need to advance it as much as possible. Queen b7 could be fine too. But I like the check. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the check. Escaping the attack and pushing. c4 was played. Okay. So I was debating between which one of these two would play. Now, if you're a positional player, you probably don't want to make this move because you're locking in your bishop. But on the other hand, you might want to still have the ability for either them to capture or you to capture and try to put pressure there. If you do play c4 like it was played here, not much to do on c7 anymore, I'd say. And he can go f5. So, is it reasonable to say that black is okay, more than okay here? Would you choose white or black? What would you do? What would you choose in this position? G4 is a bit scary. He went for it, but... Chess pawn, hey, I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Dr. Puppies. Yeah, the f4 square being given is very unpleasant for white, that's for sure. I'm actually thinking of g5 now for black. g5, knight g6 right now. But f6 is hanging, so I guess I can't really picture it. Also g5, knight f5. So he played c6 instead. Because, like, if, you know, in this position, if knight f5 wasn't the thing, right, just to kind of show what black would want, in these kinds of positions if knight f5 is not. This is an option. This is the best probably. But if knight f3, h5, and black's position is going to be really good. If the knight doesn't get to f5, king g7, rook switch over the h file, and we can take here anytime. This is going to be devastating. I thought black. Yeah, it's hard to deal with this c6. Sorry. I got something in my eye. I'm sorry. I don't know if that was necessarily the best idea. If you could just immediately go back and play d5, I would like it. But this way, I'm not sure I like it. Because we're gonna deal... And Stripunsky has had a really nice game earlier this morning against John Fedorovich, where his knight was stronger than the bishop. I feel like he might take and just try to play knight versus the bishop. Queen g2, knight f5. Okay, queen e6 was played, but I guess... Wait, he didn't play a6? Oh, he's trying to mate him. Or something. Some sacrifices. Are the sacrifices in f6 working? I was thinking this. Oh, there's queen g6. Oh my god, I can't. I was gonna do this and mate, but there's queen g6. Sorry, apologies. Okay, that's not working, but wait. How do we get the rook? Ah, rook f3 or rook f5? Rook f5. Rook f5. And then this will be GG. You have that move, but I think this will seal the deal, blocking the pawn and just start marching these ones. Oh, he did it. Oof. Oof. This is scary. I still have queen takes e5 in that line. Yeah, but I'm down a rook. If I don't find a mating net, I'm down a rook. I have 4 pawns, but no. Listen, we try to be fancy when we're winning, but we need to try to win the game, not be fancy. First win the game, then think about being fancy, you know? So, yeah. Let's think about winning the game. No worries. Let's just try to win the game. No, but now rook f5. Rook f5 is winning. It's kind of tough. Did this game get updated? No. It did not. Kai Judo, hey, welcome. No, this is beautiful. This is a beautiful finish for white. Rook takes f6. And when you don't have time, what you gonna do about it? There's queen takes c8, rook f8 mate as a threat. Rook f5 should be okay there. Oh, that will be a tough loss again. So he didn't want to trade queens. So he did give up the bishop. I felt that it was gonna happen. Gandalf? Wasn't Gandalf from one of those? How was it? Lord of the Ring or something? Or maybe some... Thanks for following. I thought Queen G2. Yes, Lord of the Rings, okay. Here. I know some things, maybe D5. He was cool, yeah, he's cool. Yeah, the white, yeah. So he stopped here. No, I'm telling you. This is not looking... Okay, the bishop is not as bad as it was in the other game. And the knight is not as powerful, but... What's black's plan now? Because there's nothing going on here. Any b3 will be met with a3, any a3 with b3. And white's gonna switch over the king side. Now it is black who has to be the one defending, I believe. So there's that, unfortunately, for him. Wait, what? Is white winning here? White's switching bishop takes b5. So you have to go... No, he's not threatening it yet. But you can't move the king as a king g5, then you lose. Is black losing this? With some Zooks wrong ideas? Oh my god, black is losing. Because, like, now I'm just making a waiting move. You can't move the king as I come here. If you move the bishop away from the diagonal, I'm entering. And if you just sit here... Wait. How do I get you in Zuxon? Oh no, I think he blundered. I think Grandmaster blundered. Oh, you met me at the Olympiad? Okay, now I'm trying to figure out because I met a few people like that. Wait, from Bermuda. Oh, I remember you. Yes. Yes. You were we were gonna take the same metro, right? We took the same, but you went down at a different station. I think white is winning this. Bishop d7. Bishop g4. The king and pawn is winning. The king and pawn is winning. Oh my god. Bishop g4. You can't move the bishop because I go there and I take. Wait a second. So, what about bishop c8? I should be able to put you in Zuxon somehow. I go there, I go king e7. Okay, just let's wait one move. OMG. Oh, yeah. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. Hope everything is good. When's the next tournament in Bermuda? I've never been there. Would love to go one day. So that shouldn't be too far from me. Wasn't this endgame a draw? Was bishop f5 my move a blunder or something? I was like jokingly asking if bishop f5 for g5, and I was saying I'll play g5. And then you play bishop f5, and what, is this move lost? Well, why didn't he play g5? Maybe he thought he can blockade, like he can just do a fortress. But now the statement of Magnus saying that he doesn't believe in fortress comes in handy, you know? Women's Open, November 15th. That's a period, unfortunately, I'm not available. Oh man, I feel for Grandmaster Paragua. I got tricked by Alex Linderman too, like this. I've got tricked by him. I know. You gotta be careful till the very end with him. He's not one to trick. He's not one to believe too easily. G5, no, he had to trade that pawn, but maybe he thought it's a fortress. No, I think this is lost. Let me put the engine just to double check. I don't wanna. Yeah, +5. OMG. Bishop G4. Oh my god, you know what this teaches us? You guys know what it teaches us? It's not over until it's over. Don't give. Wait. Does he not realize Bishop G4 is winning? I think he realized. He gave him the move. Okay, he preferred to give him the move instead of Bishop G4. So Bishop G4 was maybe still have Bishop F5 or something. But Bishop G2, you have to stay with the bishop on this diagonal, and if you stay on this diagonal, then you cannot cover this one. And, you know, so the king had to move, and now King G5 is coming, and he's gonna win. I was told this game was fixed, and looks like it was. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So we had that position, and the players have reached this one now. Okay. Okay. I still feel it's about equal. This one will... He's very good strategically, I think, Grandmaster Sierpolski. I only met him a couple of times in my life, so I don't know too much about all of his chess careers, but he's pretty strategical. I think he's gonna play this game for a while, given he's the only one who has a chance to play for a win. Only thing he has to be mindful about is some potential infiltrations with the queen, or maybe some sacrifices somehow, but it's hard to say. Did Grandmaster Delugia win? Not yet. They're probably playing on the final increment. That rook takes f6 was just a gorgeous move. Okay, so black had to sack the queen, and exactly as I predicted, those pawns are marching. So now what Andrew might be doing is marching the king all the way to the other side so that he can at least try to break through, so that he doesn't sit and wait. So we might actually try potentially see a march. It's not so easy to do because king f7 might allow g5. But who knows? Okay, so how are we winning this? We need to bring the bishop to trade it here. So do we go bishop f3, g4, or do we go bishop h1, bishop f3, bishop g4? So if we do this and he sits, then we do this, then he sits. If we do this, I think this is a draw because he has king f6. So we can't trade it there. Then we need to come with the bishop to attack g6. So just figure out. Because if we move the bishop from the diagonal, he does have bishop f5. Because the capture, he still makes it to stop the pawn. Maybe we can play some f5 at some point. So where do we want the bishop when you play f5? To give bishop h5 check? Or something? Okay, so if we do this, I think he takes. I thought this would help get to him in Zugzwang, but I don't think it does. And then when we go back, he brings in the king. What is the winning idea? I think this is the right moment to take a break and let you guys figure it out. And then when I come back, everyone will have figured out. And then I'll just be like, okay, did you guys figure out? Good. Thanks. Let's share it. Saving energy. No, but seriously. Where do we want the bishop? Ah, I can bring to h5, g6. Okay, I got some idea. So how do I say? Bishop f3, king g7, f5. Here. Because if he plays f4, then we go back and whatever, something with the bishop. Then we go here. Then he protects. Then we take. Then he goes here. Still can go bishop g4 because he takes the opposition. So we need to do the thingy with the bishop on the diagonal again, like he did it earlier. This, but he has 3 squares too. No, but here we got this. Okay, so he cannot use all 3 squares. This, and now we got him. Now, like that. Oh, man. Okay, that was a long one. Did you guys get it? With bishop endgames of the same color, you need to find the position you want to get in and with the other color. So you just move the bishop around. You find, like, you do kind of a triangulation, the same as you're doing king and pawn triangulation. You do a triangulation with the bishop, but it's not really a triangle. It's just like figuring out which squares are correspondent with one another and which extra one you have compared to the opponent. And then you move back and forth. Well, not exactly back and forth. He only has 2 moves. You have more. So it looks like they are playing it out. He should find this f5. Otherwise, he might repeat it too many times. I will let you guys with this position for now. I'll take my final break of the evening. And I'll be back shortly. I'll cut the camera as usual. From all of these games, I think that's the most interesting one. This game will take a while, and this one is probably over. It's just not showing yet. So I'll let you with this one. See if, Alex finds it. He should find it. I'm not worried he's not finding it. So I'll just take another maybe 10 minutes break. Hope you stay close. See you guys very soon. All right, everyone. I'm back. Looks like it has happened. Alex has been able to win the D pawn. And it's a bit different than what we looked at, but still in that fashion. So I suggested some push of f5 eventually in order to deflect, the bishop from the protection of the pawn or make them capture with the pawn. It looks like after f5, black decided to take with the bishop and keep the g pawn. After this, as we've seen, can play bishop h3, and then we'll be able to take the pawn. Actually, is a perfect circumstance, even better than I was showing it. It turned out even better at this moment. Bishop takes d5. Black has to go bishop c8 to protect this pawn, but now this one is going to start marching. King e7, trying to bring the king here and hoping for a fortress once again. But after king takes g6, king d6, king f6, black finds himself again in zugzwang. If you move the king, white's king will be able to advance to e7, followed by a bishop move, and then bam, 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 that pawn just marches. And if you move the bishop somewhere on this diagonal, then we allow bishop b7, going for those other pawns. You can attempt to go bishop f1 to keep this protected in case of a trade, to take this and then hoping that you make it back on time, but unfortunately you do not. Check, king here. a6 will not be played. If white plays a6, this is going to be a draw, right? Because the king comes in and the bishop will be able to cover this pawn while the king will stop. White will be stuck with the bishop to protect this pawn, and this will be a draw. So a6 should not be played. So the way white is going to win this is by first retreating with this bishop, because once you retreat with it, you can't get black to get you stuck over there. So actually right now, if you make some random move, we are actually threatening a6, a7, a8, queen. You don't make it on time because obviously there's a restriction there. The bishop doesn't get in. So if you go king c7 so that you meet a6 with, oopsie, king b6, that's not helping either, because I think white just brings in the king, king e7, king e5. I don't think it matters that much. Maybe king e5 so that we are actually approaching this pawn. Let's say you play something like this, king d4. You cannot go away from c7. Like, you cannot come here to restrict me from coming to c5, because now I'm pushing, and once again you can't enter the box of the pawn. And I guess you can try to make it to a7, but that's not helpful because wait a second, there's still bishop ace, king a6. What's the fastest way to get to win this? I mean, technically, okay, there's a way. Like, if you go there, I think it would be like a gorgeous way if you do nothing. If you actually do nothing, this would be a gorgeous way to end this game. Obviously, you can attempt bishop f3 and be like, oh no, my bishop, but obviously white will not capture because this is a stalemate. Do not do it. We can go here and then mate in c8. Okay, this game will last a bit longer, but yeah. So let's see the winning pattern, because of course when the king goes to c7, we can go king a7. So how is white actually going to win this? I think he has to bring the bishop. Yeah, okay, never mind. So he's gonna put his king here. You're gonna sit. He's gonna bring his bishop here. You can sit as much as you want. You're gonna move away. We're gonna come to c5, and then when you go there to protect it, now we're gonna switch over and come and trade it. We just need to switch diagonals because it's hard to trade the bishop on that one, but here can trade it easily, and white is... Wait, do we trade it? No, okay. Let's go for this move first. It's probably a bit easier because we have that check. We go here to deflect you from there. You don't have a move. if you go king e7, now we go here, and then we can go here, or we can go bishop c8 and then bring the king in. Yeah, that's gonna be winning. Okay. Well, in this way, maybe white can bring the king to d4 first, then capture here, and yeah. Hi there, Sarhana, how are you doing? This game, I believe, is over, and probably Grandmaster Delu game 1. Oh, queens got traded. Well, I guess this game is headed for a draw, then. Because, but he managed, look at that. I did tell you, the king will try its march to the other side of the board. Okay, white has gotten something, but not enough on the g-file. Okay, forcing the queen trade. Yeah, this there's no real progress in this position for white. This game did end in a draw after e takes f6. The players agreed on a draw, and we have 2 remaining games. This one, which will likely end in a draw, and then this one. So we can stay with this one for now. It's a very interesting tournament, if you ask me. It's, we're going to have basically, we're going to have Grandmaster, Max Lugi with 3 out of 3? Am I counting that right? Think so. Because he has won that game, likely, on time, or his opponent resigned. So he's on 3 out of 3. And then we'll have Grandmaster Alexander Lander with 2.5 if he converts this, which he should be. And we'll have a few players with 2 points, like Jurabek Kamrakulov, Alexander Strapunsky, wow. I was not expecting these results at this point. It was only yesterday that I knew USA has no team chess championships. We have some. I mean, there's been some online stuff going on, and there's amateur team. Organized, guess by whom? New Jersey State Chess Federation. So we have amateur team ones. Those, because US is such a big country, they organize these team competitions, and usually they get quite a large number of players. The average rating should be 2,200, but New Jersey State Federation has organized them in the past very successfully. So you get like 4 players playing, but the average in their rating should be 2,200. So a lot of players sometimes get their higher rated players, and then they get someone who's very low rated, maybe close to a beginner, and they try to win on top 3 boards. Other players try to get more equal level players and could be more successful. I don't know when was the last time when the highest rated team actually won. So we have that. But yeah, I think it's much harder to organize technically, and how are you gonna do it? One from each state? It's gonna be kind of tough, right? I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of countries, specifically in Europe, have their federation being sponsored or like supported by the government. With the United States and having different states, everyone is kind of internally dealing with their own state tournaments, and then of course there's the US Chess Federation, which has specific tournaments that they organize throughout the year. But the US Chess Federation is a non-profit 401c3 organization, And it runs a bit differently than, like I said, other countries in Europe that you might be aware of. Maybe that's why it's sometimes harder. There, you need to have some sponsorship, you need someone with an idea, and once there's an idea there and there's people supporting it, then everything can happen, right? But I don't want to say money talks, but the real life, real life talks. But yeah, the amateur team East are definitely really cool to compete in. So check out this link that I'm putting right here. And learn more about the what they are doing for chess, specifically that tournament. A lot of people really enjoy the amateur team. Okay, so just to confirm, that game is over. I will just confirm to make sure, because last time there was a delay with the results showing up. We'll give you an answer shortly. Yeah, of course, Arhane. I mean, okay, I'm waiting for an answer to confirm that this game is still being played. The plan for white to win is, I think, relatively simple, right? Bring in the king. Because anyways, you'll need the king. You can take an a6 anytime. Yeah, I feel like DGT. Today has not been the day of DGT. The DGT. But this game should be ending in a draw too. I don't think Grandmaster Straponski lost on time. They might be fixing it. Do you guys have any questions about the tournament, about anything in particular as we're waiting for more moves to show? If white gives up... No, so basically, so we're giving up... No, I showed it earlier, but I'll show it again. So I know. He's had some tough years. That is the correct rating, unfortunately, for him. So after this, you will not take, because yeah, these pawns will merge. I don't know which one will promote. I can't tell you, but anyone can promote. But no, but we don't need to give it just yet. I think we can just go king here, and if he goes here, we can take. And you know, these pawns can always retreat with the bishop and start advancing. And we typically want to advance the pawns on dark square, so we can always stop the opponent from blocking us, right? To block the pawns from advancing. Not sure what's going on, guys, which is a problem. Because 2 games with 0-0, and this one hasn't moved for 10 minutes. I don't think something is not right. Black is just trying to restrict white a bit, but white should not be worried. I mean, we can even bring the king here, you know, just for like for fun. For example, this position, we're winning with white because we moved the bishop. And then you have to move the king back. If you just sit with the bishop, actually, can I play a6? King d6, bishop e7? Not yet, right? Because this endgame is actually a draw opposition. So we can't play a6 just yet. But we can try to attack this pawn. So you can go bishop d7, bishop f1. And now I think we can try to do this. And the purpose would be to bring the bishop to d3 and trade it here. Once we trade the bishop, the king and pawn endgame is winning because we have a protected passed pawn. And then we'll infiltrate. We just need to push them back, which doesn't matter if we have opposition or not. We'll get one because he will be dragged away. So if I were to put a few more moves here, for example, like this, for example, and you can say, oh, I took your opposition, I'm drawing here. No, you're not, because basically, you see, you're bound to stay within this box of the pawn, and white is able to just push you back. So we go king e3. You can't get out of the box. If you do a6, simply wins the game. You can't catch up with that pawn anymore. So you need to kind of go back. And then we're advancing with an opposition here. Opposition again. You got to go to the side. And this is how you advance. You always advance on the square that the opponent gives away. We made it to the rank of the pawn. And then we are doing zigzag. That doesn't help. And then if you try to do that, we win it. So that's how we're going to win that endgame with white. Okay, this game showed the result. Other 2 games, and getting no answer, which is not fun. So that is how we're winning. Do you guys have any other questions, or else I'm going to assume those are the results. No answer yet. That is a problem. No questions from anyone? Nothing you'd like to know? Well, just a recap. Like I said, Grandmaster Max Telugi is on 3 out of 3. That's brilliant start. I haven't asked them exactly how they chose them. I know that they chose a lot of grandmasters who have had an impact in the development of chess in New Jersey. Some of them are actually like living in New Jersey, and some of them have been teaching and supporting the development of chess in New Jersey. Now, you got to remember that some players are currently playing in the U.S. Championship at the moment. So there's a little bit of overlap. So, for example, Mishra couldn't play if they wanted, even if they wanted him to. Abhimanyu Mishra, who is someone that grew up in New Jersey, has been supported by the New Jersey State Chess Federation. The two organizers are Mr. Anand Mishra and Mr. Anand Kiedes. I hope I'm pronouncing their names correctly. I apologize in advance if I don't. They've been very kind to invite me to cover the tournament, so it means a lot. Their chief TD is Mr. Edward Stephen Doyle, who actually was the president of USCF from 1984 till 1987, so for 3 years, and he was the youngest to be elected to be USCF president. And he's also the founding president of the US Chess Hall of Fame, which is kind of amazing because, you know, we need a World Chess Hall of Fame, of course. New Jersey, yes, New Jersey is on the East Coast, is bordering New York, is right next to New York, and underneath is Pennsylvania. So yeah. Okay, there's more moves coming from this game. Looks like Alexanderman has won. Maybe in this position, maybe they play some more. So nice. Tucker told me if you're gonna misspell your name, your messages won't come through. It's Sabina, but it's okay. It's okay. Yes, I have met Danya, and it's a true loss for chess. This is very tragic. He's passing. I wasn't very close to him, but every time I had a conversation with him, it was always very pleasant. It was always very positive. Had a positive impact. I remember I shared something personal that I was struggling with, and he was he would just listen to me, and was not judging. And usually, you know, when you tell someone you don't know something that's more personal, there's often a first instinct of judging, and he was just, I don't know, always very positive. I think my first encounter probably was maybe when he was playing some junior championship, because US women's championships were held in the same time as US juniors. I don't remember exactly the first time I met him, but I was remembering that he would often qualify when he was still playing a lot of classical chess. He would often qualify every other year. He would either like by rating or something, and I remember like we had some conversations where he would tell me that this year I qualified, I'm ready to bring it all. And when we had, you know, talks at the start of the tournament, and more recently, last year, I attended this elite camp that was held at the Charlotte Chess Center. And he had some very interesting way of teaching, which at first you would think, well, it's not much, but it was so impactful because he would prepare these positions. He would have 6 positions he would give the kids, and he would also create this quiz. He wanted to make sure that kids were not only learning about chess history through the positions he would select, but also that he would share something about the history of chess. So he had this quiz, and it was really well thought through because the questions were not just random. They actually would make up a word. So the first letter from each answer of the quiz would make up a word, and I still have those. I actually found them the other day. I was looking for them, and it was really nice to be there. I had the opportunity to just join in to help out, to be like a assistant for the elite camp. I had never met Judith Polgar, so it just meant a lot to be able to meet her. And then Dania was teaching in the afternoons, while the 3 grandmasters were invited: Judith, Topalov, and Ramesh, Coach Ramesh, were maybe getting a little bit of rest and then preparing for a simul. And Daniel would come, would give the kids. He was always ready, prepared with the papers, with the positions and the quiz. And then it was just letting them work in groups, just like, guys, come on and do it. And then he would share the solutions and the thinking process and the answers. It was just, I felt that it was very impactful. I mean, and yeah, it's just, I wasn't, like I said, very close to him, but every time we had an interaction, he was so nice. So it's really a big loss for you. Never know what someone is going through, no matter where they are. So I think we just need to try to be more kind to one another when we can, because life is too fragile. I guess that's all I can say. No, it's okay. It's when you know someone, it's just, at least for me, I'm quite emotional. But like he was someone who certainly has had a big impact on chess, and hopefully he will not be forgotten. And his teachings and his energy to bring to the game and to every commentary that he was doing will, not fade away, because he truly had impact on a lot of people. Yeah, he wrote a book when he was 12, his first book, and when he was 12, which was amazing. To write a book at 12, to be able to graduate. I think he graduated university like quite early. Stanford, out of all universities, he was very bright. He was very, very bright. way too young. And I have a nice story actually with him, which is quite nice. So this year he didn't teach at Castle Camp, but last year he was there. And he would usually play Blitz with some of the Grandmasters like Avruk and Darius Schwiertz and Magesh. He was also playing against Magesh quite a lot. And I remember one night, like I was sitting around there, of course, we were playing ping pong and stuff, and I was watching, and then I think maybe he was playing with Magesh, and Magesh didn't want to play anymore. And he asked me if I wanted to play, and I usually would say no because like I don't want to lose, right? Like nobody really likes to be beaten a lot. But I think he gave me odds. He gave me time odds. I don't remember what was the time odds, if it was 3-1 or something, but he did give me time odds. And I did get a lot of beating, but I had one game that he really appreciated actually, because there was one game where it was a beautiful kind of tactical, idea. They came out of nowhere. He wasn't expecting. He thought he's defending this mate. It was one of these things where, you kind of have, like I had a bishop here, there's spinning, I had a rook here. Is one of these things where you are sacrificing in f2, and then after a capture, those typical mates you see on chess or chess.com, check, rook goes back, and then back rank mate. I had something like that, and he missed it. And I was like, no way, he missed it. I have played it. And there were a few, he was impressed. He was like, wow, no way, this works. Gosh, how is this possible? And yeah, like that was probably the only game that I won. Maybe I drew one. I don't think I have a picture of that position because I was too ashamed to take a picture. I was like, okay, whom am I gonna tell about this story? It's like, who's gonna believe me? But there was, he made a person happy. That was me at the time. Of course, he gave me odds. So, but probably I lost like 10 games, But I won that one, so it felt at least, it wasn't in vain. At least I came up with a creative idea, and he's been very kind about it, So that was one cute memory of him, so that we change the mood to a bit. Yeah. Where can you see the winner? Well, there's a pinned link, so if you click on the Lichess for the link that's pinned, you're gonna be able to see that Lichess broadcast link. You'll be able to see the results for the games. I didn't even look actually to see if I can still. No, but I know I didn't take a picture because I was too shy to do that. It's like, now I wish I did. Now I wish I did. You never know. Moments, I think, have to be lived to the fullest, because you don't know when something's gonna come back, or when you will have another opportunity for something to happen. So it seems that in this game, White was trying to kind of get something, but it was finally Black that got that d5 in to change a bit the pace of the game. But it will probably end in a draw. Black will play g6 or g5 and then create his pass pawns here. Well, I don't know the details of anything Tucker told me. I don't know much about the details of the situation. Maybe we'll find out later, but in my culture, we usually say, you know, you can't really change things. Like it's not gonna bring back the person who passed, unfortunately. So it's kind of hard to tell what exactly went behind. So I just hope that people find a way to continue to honor his legacy and let his positive presence in chess continue to shine. I think that's what we want the most. And yeah, I can't say more about it because I don't know much. Maybe I should have tried to ask more, but it's hard to say sometimes what would have changed, if it would have changed anything. So going back to this game, I'm expecting a capture, and like I said, g5 probably. I think this game just ended in a draw. They just agreed on a draw. Okay. So we got the results of today's round, guys. So Grandmaster Max Delugi won his game. I think it was a pretty balanced battle for quite some time until, unfortunately for him, somewhere around here. Hi, Elshan. How are you doing? No, like if you see the, I was crying. I was asked about Danya, so I'm not that sick. I'm not. If you think I'm sick, it's not. It's not sickness. It's sadness. So it was around this position when White played this suspicious move, rook f3. In my opinion, suspicious, because I really thought e4 was really a necessary move that White should have played, because this was not winning a piece. The queen would have stayed trapped. Not much to do. But after rook f3, Black seemed to get back into the game. Like, okay, White didn't take, they took the next move. They played this move first, and then they took. And I really thought this move should have been played. And the engine says, the game was analyzed, and it said this rook. Okay, I thought this rook should have been played. I wanted to keep that pawn protected. Don't mind me. I like to be materialistic sometimes. Taking there, you know, is not possible right now because of the hanging knight. So, you know, like this position would be perfectly fine. But 96 was played, and slowly what I couldn't tell what I didn't like, but in the end I realized that black ended up playing f6 and trapped its bishop. So if you're looking at the way the game was played further, now the bishop, where does it go? Because, you know, this is hanging. You don't want to put it in f6, you're blocking the queen. So he ended up putting it here, you know, knowing that he has this bishop takes b2 idea, but he never really got the chance to do it because of this retreat. So you can never take it. And then he lost a6, and once a6 was lost, everything else just fell apart. This game looked like it gave White some chances with good knight, bad bishop. When this particular move was played on like around here after c6, I kind of liked this idea. I didn't realize the power of d5. I admitted I thought White would have the ability to go queen g2 and trade things. But because d5 is an option, then of course black would have a better position. But e4 had to be played, so although we have a good knight, it wasn't quite clear how White was going to really outplay his opponent, and black was able to eventually trade off the bishop for the knight, and it was a pretty good finish. This game was probably I wouldn't say my pick of the round, but it was a nice initiative, and I love a good initiative game. Like in this Alpine where White gave up 2 pawns, got 1 back, and then here, this queen a2 was not a move I considered. I was only thinking that I had to go back, but of course initiative, duh. I'm talking about it and I don't find a move like queen a2. That's not good. But somehow black missed a cute idea in this position. After rook d7, right, the position is after rook d7, you know, the position is fine for black. No big issues. Queen c8 something, right? Rook d8 at some point you want, but you gotta protect this pawn somehow. But after h6 he missed this, and it's so beautiful in a way if you see it. Because, like, normally you just see, what, knight f7, it doesn't work. Of course the knight has to go back. But it does. It does, because the rook is deflected from there. Because of this. I mean, look at this. b5 is just unexpected. Unexpected move. You can't take because the rook is hanging. You have to go queen e8 to protect everything. And then this position is completely different than the previous one, because now black has 3 weaknesses, and with a little bit of luck and a little bit of pressure, White was able to outplay his opponent, and at some point a blunder led to the win of White. And lastly, this game was mind-blowing. I cannot believe what happened in this game. You would expect a draw. I mean, pieces kept getting traded, but White kept trying and fighting and putting pressure. And I knew Alexander was gonna do that, because he usually likes to play like long games, and at least I see him always. I think in US Championship he probably played one of the longest one, and he had to defend like a queen end game, and I think he managed to do so a couple of years back, like queen pawn versus queen. He managed to hold his opponent, maybe it was Bruzon potentially, to a draw. Like, that game was really took forever. And so in this position for black to draw, I thought g5 had to be played and just trade, and I thought it's an easy draw. I guess it's not that easy, but you know, something like that. Or after f5, bishop e2, g5 again, just trading. But unreal. Just one move, giving White one move to get the king to h4, and the game is over. He played king e7, and White is winning. Like, this is unreal. Look at that. Like, just king advances. You think you stop it. You can't go to g5. but because you have two, actually three weaknesses, the power of multiple weaknesses, and that's it. Bishop f3, bishop e4, of course, we cannot take here, of course. This is going to be a draw, because he goes king e7, I think, right? These are going to be mined squares, and these are going to be mined squares. So this is going to be a draw, but no, bishop g4, threatening to go bishop c8. And when you go bishop f5, of course we don't take, because that's, you know, not going to work. Now he went back, okay, but he could have played bishop d1 also, okay. And now bishop f3, when the bishop cannot go here, and that's it. That was the story written. You are in Zugzwang. Bishop e6. If you stay with the bishop on this diagonal to keep the pawn protected, that's what's going to happen to you. And if you move the king back, which is what happened, king g5. And white just had to find the right moment to push f5. Give up the pawn if deflects the bishop from there. If this pawn is captured, that one will fall. And if black would have taken with the pawn, there are ways for white to go, you know, infiltrate with the bishop, grab the pawn, bring the king, and win. And that story was written. And this, with this, concludes our recap of round 3. Definitely a very intense round with Grandmaster Max Delugi being sole leader with 3 out of 3. That's quite impressive in this strong tournament. We will resume with round 4 tomorrow. So Grandmaster Max Delugi, by the way, you can see his wins today. And yesterday. Tomorrow, 2 more rounds, round 4 and round 5. Round 4 starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, and round 5 at 6. Tomorrow's Friday, so I'm certainly hoping to see many of you back. As you sign off today from this, take a moment and remind yourself what you're thankful for, and maybe call someone you haven't talked to in a while. Make sure they're okay. Let's send you an array to someone, and please do join me tomorrow for the next round commentary. I would really appreciate it. Appreciate all your support. Take care of yourselves, and see you guys